to item 2, special recognition, employee recognition for Turtle Award.
Sorry about that. Yes, so our success on behalf of our students is magnified when we work together. The Turtle Award is designed to recognize an admirable employee who demonstrates exceptional collaboration and teamwork with their colleagues and students here in Mountain View Woodsman School District. So the two employees receiving recognition for our Turtle Awards at this meeting are Denise Liu and Megan Perfect. So congratulations to both of them and for all that they do at our schools.
Congratulations. Move on to item 3 of the agenda. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the board concerning items on the closed session agenda. Do not see any members in person. Does anyone online wish to speak about the closed session items? I do not see any, and we'll move on to item 4, closed session at 4:33. reconvene the open session at, we got 6:06. No action was taken during closed session. However, I'd like to mention that we did not get through all of the items, and after we finish the agenda, the board will return to closed session at the end of the meeting. Okay, consent agenda. Do any of the trustees have any comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, do any of the members of the public have any comments on the, or comments on the consent agenda? I see no one in person, and I do not see anyone online. Oh, there is one person online. Mr. Nelson Estrado. Mr. Nelson Estrado, can you hear us?
This is Mr. Nelson.
Okay, thank you. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, on the consent agenda, there's a thing about approving the minutes for the meeting of March 15th. Or the special meeting. I'd like you to look at that meeting because it's a closed session is what the main thing was. And it doesn't have a copy of what actually was on the closed session. This is item A, which has to do with the wording for the closed session involving a superintendent discussion, new superintendent discussion. So what I'm asking you for is a motion to, if you approve that minutes, to have it adjusted to reflect what the item was. It wasn't just closed session with no information. It was closed session with what the original agenda said it was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anyone else would like to comment? We will address the minutes.
Yeah, I will have our assistant take a look at that.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Excuse me, the consent agenda?
Do we want to approve it pulling those minutes? Okay. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda, pulling the minutes as discussed from the March 13th meeting. Oh, that would have been part of the agenda approval at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, so what
We're pulling the minutes of the March 15th meeting, item B.
Or March 15th, excuse me.
right, so item B, correct.
We can make a motion separately to change the agenda, which it sounds like we need to do as well. So I make a motion to approve the consent agenda
Without item B.
without item B.
I have a second.
Second.
Motion from trustee Conley and a second from trustee Reed to approve the consent agenda without item B. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And then President Lambert, if I may I make a motion to revise our agenda for this evening to pull item to pull item 9B as requested by staff.
Second.
Okay. So we'll have to go backwards since we already approved the agenda. Okay, we're going to discuss item 9B right now. Since we pulled it,
Oh, Not
We're
not for
actually
discussion. They want to remove it from the agenda for the evening.
you want to remove it from the agenda.
Staff has requested
Correct.
that it be removed from
Okay.
the agenda.
Remove item B, 9B from the agenda.
We don't have to vote.
Nope.
Okay, great.
Okay, time for community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. Okay, I have one card from Ms. Case Lowe.
Hello, my name is Christine Case-Lowe, and I have been a representative for the Community Advisory Committee that covers our district for more than 10 years. Recently, the 5 community advisory committees that govern the northwest part of Santa Clara County have been merged into one giant community advisory committee. And members of that committee, as well as many other parents, have come together with a petition to address the fact that because of this giant CEC, it does not address local concerns. There are things that a large CEC can do that can be very effective and time-saving, but it doesn't help address local concerns, local parents' issues, and we're especially concerned with parents who are non-English speakers. They just don't have the access to the same kind of services that volunteers were able to provide in the past. So we presented this petition last night at the Santa Clara County Board of Education meeting. It is being presented to this long list of school districts. Basically, we're asking each district to create a local solution. We asked districts to create a standing advisory committee for special education in each district. Specifically, Mountain View Eastman has already made progress toward this. The special education director, Frank Salvaggio, has been doing a fantastic job, and he's already created a parent advisory committee. It does not report to the board, and it is not something that is standing, that is a permanent committee. And so I think it's a great start. I think it's a model that the other districts can use, but I ask it be created something that is permanent and that will last beyond the tenure of any single special education director. We've had a lot of chaos in our district as far as special education, and this will be a way to help limit some of that and making sure that parents and community members across the district know that if there is a problem with special education, if they need to reach out for help, that there is a group that they can find and utilize. Especially because SELPA CAC is a terrible acronym and no one can ever remember it, but people could remember the name of their local district special education committee. And again, I do want to emphasize that Frank has been wonderful. I have few complaints about our district right now. I think it's going in a great direction. I want and other parents who have signed this document want to make sure that it continues this way. It's more critical than ever that we work to find solutions. The Federal Department of Education is not long for this world, apparently. People who work for Head Start across the county have been given pink slips, meaning that there are low preschool options especially for kids with special education needs. We need to work together, and this committee would help do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Case-Lowe. See no other members of the present wishing to speak public. I see Mr. Nelson online. Welcome to join us.
Thank you. And now I see why this way of doing it using the Zoom meeting works, because I can actually see the counter in real time. Yeah, I didn't know Case Law was going to be speaking, but my I think a dozen years experience seeing the kind of work she's done in special education means you should give particular attention to what she says. I'm not quite sure how what she can do can be done in terms of a superintendent or a staff committee. But because if you're going to make a permanent standing committee on a particular item and it's a board that's going to do it, it becomes by statute a board advisory committee. Not to say that a board advisory committee can't advise the staff also, but it does then involve, if you set up a permanent committee by your actions, it sets, that's the criteria for becoming a Brown Act Board Advisory Committee. The other thing, and I did talk to your intern superintendent at 2 today about just this kind of thing of making sure your committee structure is clearly in the websites said whether it's a B, a board advisory committee, or it's an F, superintendent/staff advisory committee, which have different legal requirements on them. The other thing is you seem to be still putting things on this secret agenda where you aren't discussing things having to do with how you're planning and how you're working on offering out a new superintendent. This is not a contract for a current superintendent. This is not the contract for the interim superintendent. This is not, maybe you're already going through picking. If you're going through picking who the person is, that's definitely one of the things that you can keep in closed session. But you can't keep in closed session, as I've sent you, a reference, things that just have to do, well, what you think the salary range ought to be. That kind of discussion is required to be in open session, not in closed session. I see you have another one coming up in Saturday or whenever. That's another example of a closed session that doesn't meet the requirements for the part of the code that you're referencing, 57. And there's adequate legal counsel and notes available that show you that what you're doing is violating the Brown Act. I urge you to get better counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I do not see any other members of the public wishing to speak. Therefore, we will move on to item 8, communications. First, we have report of employee organizations. Any representative of an employee organization wish to speak? I do not see any. We'll move on to item 8B, interim superintendent report.
Yes, good evening. A few updates for you from the goings on in the district. First, you may have seen the Grand Middle School 8th grader Nathaniel Yu has earned a second prize in the middle school division of C-SPAN's prestigious Student Cam 2025 competition for his documentary entitled Who's Watching Me? Threats to Our Data Privacy. This national competition encourages students to explore issues that matter to them through documentary filmmaking. So big congrats, big congratulations to Nathaniel. Also, Castro Elementary partnered with Mountain View Academy and an organization called Stand for Global to organize a special event to provide resources and toys for the school community. Stand for Global donated essential resources, and Mountain View Academy students and staff gathered donations as well. On Tuesday, high school students set up carnival games for Castro students to enjoy during recess and lunch, and families picked up their boxes. So big thanks to the Castro team and our partners in the community for supporting our students and families. And then finally, congrats to our own Shelley Hausman. Our district was recently recognized statewide for its communications efforts. The California School Public Relations Association awarded the Excellence in Communications to 3 district projects. The first one was the district budget infographic, received an award of excellence. And then reputation campaign was received during our open enrollment period. And that was also an award of excellence. And then finally, our transitional kindergarten video won an award of merit. So congrats and great job for representing our district so well. And with that, I'll turn it back over. Thanks,
Okay,
Bill.
thank you, Interim Superintendent Bear. Move on to item 9, action and discussion. First item A is a literacy update, and Ms. Nguyen will present.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to share tonight. I'm really excited to give an update on the work that we've been doing with literacy this school year and give a little bit of a preview of what we will be working on next school year. So as always, our work is aligned with a strategic plan. This year has been a really big year for elementary schools. We are in the first year of implementing a new curriculum, and it's always a heavy lift when you do a new curriculum, but I think this lift has been even heavier because we've really fundamentally changed the way that we are teaching reading to our kids, right? I've talked about it at previous board meetings. So just wanted to take a moment to say thanks to all the elementary teachers and the teams. It's a really big lift, and they're really putting in a lot of effort this year to kind of unlearn previous practices, learn and relearn so that they can do better for their kids. Um, so as you know, we are implementing Amplify Core Knowledge Language Arts in our classrooms and then Caminos in Mistral. As I've shared before, the fundamental shift here is that we're using curriculum that's really rooted in the science of reading. And so that means lots of structured literacy with heavy emphasis on explicit word instruction in the early grades and then knowledge building in all of the grade levels. Because we are using a curriculum that's rooted in the science of reading, that means that there's a lot more alignment between what happens in the first teaching and the core instruction and reading intervention. And we know when there's alignment, then growth happens like more quickly, right? Some of the key instructional shifts in Amplify, like I said, systematic explicit phonics, but also that doesn't stop in the lower grades. Through the upper grades, we're still really focusing on word recognition. So they learn things like morphology and different word parts so that they can be really fluent with more complex texts, and then really focusing in on this knowledge building through teacher read alouds and really rigorous complex student text. So even if kids are not able to decode on their own yet, we still want to expose them and teach them through complex text so they can build the vocabulary, so they can have exposure to content and knowledge that are like deposits in the bank for when you can decode and all of the things kind of converge together. So we were really intentional in how we implemented the rollout this year. We wanted to make sure that our teachers and our students were both set up for success because this is not just, this is a big deal, right? Making sure that our instruction really works and that our teachers are supported so they can do the best that they can. So we started actually last school year with starting with the why with all of our teachers. So in the spring of last year, we had 3 PD sessions for all elementary teachers so they can really understand the science of reading and why shifts were necessary so that by the time we got to August and we gave them the what, like here's the curriculum, there wasn't a question of like why we need this curriculum or why are these changes here. People could really spend the time to learn what and how do I implement this, right? We also know from just learning and adult learning theory, like you can't just do a one and done PD. And so we did the August PD, a big lift, but then after that, we have formed something called split PLCs that I'll talk about, and lots of coaching with instructional coaches so that people have ongoing support to make sure that they're set up for success and can do the best for their kids. So for structured literacy coaching, we know that we are a learning organization and learning happens at all levels of the organization. So at LT, at our leadership team meetings, we've done structured literacy PDs so that our leaders understand what they're looking for and what they're leading for. But also this year, we've done some guided observations. So we've had principals and instructional coach teams go with me to go observe some of our more exemplar teachers at our school district. So teachers who have implemented the curriculum earlier, they're earlier adopters, things like that. And really the purpose was that we could build our knowledge of what are the principles of structured literacy? What does it actually look like? So that when we plan our professional development at our site and we plan our coaching sessions at our site, we know what we're aiming for and what behaviors we are trying to build and support for our teachers, right? So our coaches have more knowledge about structured literacy. They're using both cognitive coaching, like let's talk about what's working, let's plan together, that kind of thing, but also some elbow coaching of, okay, we're going to do a structured literacy skills drill. Let's stand right next to each other and we're going to teach at the same time, and that way can give you feedback in the moment, just the way like we would do with kids, right? That's the best way to learn something. So we've been doing both to develop teachers' knowledge in something that's different, right? A different way of teaching. I think kind of the most exciting thing that's happened this year is our literacy PLCs. So we've formed these PLCs, and really it's peers supporting peers. So, sorry, we have a group of early adopters. So some of our coaches, some of our reading intervention teachers, some of the teachers who piloted last year, and they're the facilitators of these lit PLCs. These PLCs meet monthly, roughly monthly, and their job is to work with the facilitator. They unpack the curriculum. So this is the unit that's coming up next. But a really big part of it is like that idea of learning in chunks, right? So like one of the facilitators will model a strategy of like, this is how we do this part of the curriculum. And then people get that chunk and they practice it in their classrooms, things like that. So I put 2 sample agendas on the screen here so you kind of see what kinds of things they're working on in these lit PLCs. Some cool things to point out, these PLCs are district-wide. So like when you go to a kinder PLC, it is all the kinder teachers that want to come go. And so at the last kinder PLC, kinder and 5th grade are like the most heavily, it's most well attended. Like last time we had 8 out of the 9 schools represented there. So that's like a big chunk of our teachers who have chosen to come. But the Castro and Vargas kinder teachers were collaborating about how do we introduce partner reading? Now the kids are ready kindergarten to read these texts. How do we do it? So they were sharing their ideas, and it was really cool because the next week I happened to be walking school sites, and the teachers were doing what the other teachers said to do. So that's kind of like teachers learning from each other and just like we're all doing this together kind of thing. Another thing to point out is just if you didn't notice, 5th graders are reading Midsummer Night's Dream. That's a pretty big deal, right? But this idea we give complex text to all of our kids, we don't level down the text because we want them to think at that level, right? And we scaffold and we support with language and all those things, but we're going to make sure that all of our kids have access to that because that's what's needed moving forward. At the end of each of our PLCs, we do like a Google form. Sometimes we do it through conversation, but we're always asking for feedback about the PLCs because we're also learning and figuring out what's the best way to structure this and what kind of support is needed. So I just put some quotes up from the PLC. So we had a 5th grade teacher say, I like being able to ask questions about how others have scaffolded for their students. I also really appreciate the resources our team leads provided us. I think that's really key for 5th grade. I mean, you saw that they're reading Midsummer's Night's Dream, right? And so having peer support of like, how did this work for you? This is really hard stuff. How did you make this happen for your kids? To have that time and space from some folks who are a little like a step ahead to say like, this is what's worked for me, but also for the folks kind of in the middle of it to kind of share rather than just saying it doesn't work, it's too hard, right? Like let's work together. So it's been really cool, that part. Here's a 1st grade teacher who said, I really enjoy the modeling of lessons in different techniques. It helps me to visualize what these skills techniques should look like in the classroom and how I can implement them with students. So again, like teachers modeling, but we also have done like videotapes of teachers actually teaching and like watching the videotapes in the meeting. So it's like, right, we always say like the picture shows, I don't know, I'm an English learner, so I don't know like exactly the thing, but when you can see it, you can really know it, right? So these are, I just wanted to put the names of our Lit PLC facilitators. They're doing incredible work. I mean, most of them are classroom teachers too, so they spend all day teaching and then they still spend hours to prepare for those PLCs so that they can support, kids that they don't even know at different schools because it's important to them that this work like happens well. And so there's also a little icon at the top. All of the Lit PLC facilitators are nominees for the Amplify Science and Reading Star Awards for their work of supporting their peers. So that's kind of what we've been working on this school year. For the next school year, we want to continue obviously what we've been doing with reading. Like we don't know everything there is to know yet, right? Like we've been doing a lot of work now, but we want to continue that. And we want to focus in on writing. We know that reading and writing are reciprocal processes and they're both forms of communication and they share similar cognitive processes. And we also know that reading and writing skills develop in parallel. So we want to make sure that that part we're also doing really well with our kids too. Writing is also much more difficult for our brains to process, right? Because you have to do everything that you have to do with reading, but also think about working memory, executive functioning. So when we talk about like reading and writing instruction, it's not just pure reading and writing. It's helping to build executive functioning skills. It's helping to build oral language, all these things that go into reading and writing. Just like we've talked about before, like the key principle is we know that written language is not something that's just natural. Your brain doesn't have those connections at birth. And so just like we teach reading very explicitly, that's the most efficient way to build those neurons. Same thing for writing. So those same principles. And so actually tomorrow, our teachers are going to be doing PD about writing at their sessions tomorrow. So we'll learn kind of those parts here. So when we implement writing next year, same thing. We want to be really intentional. So tomorrow, they're understanding the why, like what's the research behind and the evidence base behind writing and what are evidence-based practices. And then that way, when we come back in August, we do PD about writing and we have some supplemental lessons and materials for writing, they'll understand the why they're designed that way. This summer, we're going to have the Lit PLC team work together to use our Amplify materials to then write writing lessons that work with that content so that we can write about what we're learning. We can be systematic about the kind of the pace that we're using to teach writing. And so that way our students' writing gets better, but also their reading comprehension gets better, right? Because they have to think about it and process it in a different way. We are also working on expanding reading intervention across our school district. So we will continue with the early literacy team as we have it now, but we're also going to increase reading intervention so that at every school site, we can have trained reading interventionists or trained personnel providing reading intervention to students. As you saw in a previous board meeting, we changed the job description for the instructional coach. So now their role is instructional coaching and up to 40% of their time is providing small group instruction to students, so like reading intervention, right? And that way, we have the early literacy team. We also have the coaches. We can train together. We can make sure that we're all on the same page for reading intervention. We know how to use the materials. We know the like pedagogical strategies, and we can serve more students, right? That also means that now the coaches are going to be even more skilled at that type of instruction so that when we also have other teachers, classroom teachers providing some intervention support too, they're better able to coach and support those teachers in that as well, right? And then we're developing a plan to align reading intervention into the middle school. We will continue to have some students who will need additional reading support going in. And then that way we can make sure that the teachers providing that support also get the training that we need. We know that tier 1 instruction is the most effective, efficient way, but we will always have students who will need reading intervention. That's not a function of students like intelligence. That's not a function of quality teaching. We just know some people can get something with 4 repetitions, some need 200, right? So if you need the 200, you're gonna need extra time. And so I think that's something important for us to keep in mind. So some considerations as we think about our work. I think we've done some really cool stuff this year. I'm excited about the stuff we're going to do next year. But I shared this at, I think I read your presentation earlier, but I think it's important to reiterate. Reading and writing instruction don't happen in a vacuum, right? Like none of this work happens in a vacuum. And so if we want outcomes to improve for kids, yes, we need to make sure we have explicit, great instruction for kids, but we also have to really keep in mind we're educating the whole child, right? So that means that we are making sure that kids are at school. We're helping to decrease chronic absenteeism so that they are here for that instruction, that we have to make sure that schools is a safe and welcoming place for them. So that's the SEL stuff, that's the counseling, that's the alternatives to suspension, right? That's the inclusive environment, that's the equity work. All of that work is so that kids feel like they're in that place so that they can learn, right? We need to support families to make sure their basic needs are met. And so when kids are coming to school, they're not concerned about like, where am I going after school today, right? And then to continue to expand learning through our after school programs. And so that's my update. Any questions?
So I have a question.
Sure.
So what do you mean by, and what's your vision of expanding learning through after-school programs?
Yeah, just to continue to have that ELAP program after school so kids have space to go to learn. I think there's always opportunities to continue to partner and see like how can we bring in some of the work and partner with the after school providers so they can learn a little bit more about what we're doing at schools too.
You don't have anything like that in place right now, or in other words, you have ELAP teachers who are there after school, but have you integrated it with the other after-school programs? Yes.
They work there, their own providers. Yeah. So,
I will follow up with you
okay.
outside of the board meeting. I have a sort of a personal interest in this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, I think when we first started ELAP, I know ELAP, we were doing training for Right at School and YMCA about how to do homework support and academic support. That might be what you're getting at, President Lambert.
No.
No.
That's something completely different.
Completely different. Okay. I had a question about just there's been a great deal of interest in our reading intervention program. I saw we had an updated job description come through that the board approved earlier this in 2025 that expands the role for the coach so they can be doing small group instruction as well. For the public, could you just briefly give a summary of how the early intervention or the reading intervention program is working this year?
How it's working in terms of the results that we're seeing for
No, the
students, or-
sites, just because it's not in the presentation and we get a lot of feedback about it. If you could just summarize which schools we're at and
Oh, got it. So all of our schools have reading intervention in some way or the other at their sites, right? It might be during their RTI time or they tutor after school. So every school has something. However, the early literacy team, our district provided reading teachers, and right now they're working at Castro, Mistral, Montaloma, Vargas, and Therakoff, because those are the schools with the most number of students who need reading intervention support, and they're part of the school day providing reading intervention for the kiddos. At the other school sites, they're using their RTI time, they're using after school tutoring, they're using mechanisms like that to provide intervention for their students.
and then this 40% small
Mhm.
group instruction begins this spring or begins next
Next
year?
school year.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? No, thank you very much, Ms.
Mhm.
Before we get into comments, do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? I see no one in person and therefore I will take online. I see right now 3 hands up. Anyone else wish to speak online? So I will close it at Mr. Nelson, Ms. Good, and Ms. Liu. Mr. Nelson, please begin.
Thank you. Yes, I want to say that former Principal Cindy is extremely well known among the teachers that were at BUB for being one of the most excellent administrators for introducing and explaining new curriculum. So I feel the board for the district is in very good hands for her to do this. A couple things I wanted to mention. The last question that came up about and she mentioned about the early literacy team. Yeah, I hear you're getting a lot of blowback from the parents that are in the best performing schools with the least number of students behind, that they're getting shortchanged. But I think the board should stick with what they did. Is the early literacy team is a strike force for those schools that have demonstrated their highest number of students that aren't anywhere near the goals of what level they should be at for grade level. 2 things on page 14. There's so at every school site, I think this goes into her answer. I guess how much extra is based on the number of students that are behind, and the strike team, the early literacy team, is concentrating on those ones that really need focus because there's maybe more than 100 students at Castro and probably close to that and Mistral that are having measured problems with this. So that's good. And in places like Stevenson, they're available by other means. Teachers are trained on that. Special teachers are trained, or there's RTI that focuses on that. Page 17, a decrease in chronic absenteeism. That's another issue where, I've been extremely pushy about saying the less than average elementary district percentage of our budget that we spend for pupil services are pupil services that do things like go out and contact families directly about problems if there's student getting to school. One more thing with the metrics on chronic absenteeism, the staff hasn't been presented any they're just presenting about how many are absent or chronically absent. So if it's 100 days, anybody who's 10 or more, it's in the count. But they're not actually showing you what the distribution is. Are there 10 days average, or are there many students that are missing 20%? Would be 20 days average. I at various times have asked for the public records account for that. I wish it would get shown to you, but I'm more than ready to, make more demands on public records to get those numbers so I can present them to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next, we'll have Ms. Good.
Hello, thank you. I wanted to call in, being that this is a discussion at the moment, because honestly, I have concerns about the Amplify curriculum and the ongoing literacy program, particularly for students in the 3rd through 5th grades. Once we've heard multiple times, once you hit 3rd grade, we're reading to learn rather than learning to read. However, if students still struggle to read at the 3rd grade, Amplify has inadequate explicit instruction on actually teaching them how to read. I agree that having rich text is important for learning overall, for developing vocabulary, for getting caught up in a story. In so many ways, reading aloud is beneficial. However, students also need to learn how to read themselves rather than just being read to. The complex text of Amplify in the older grade levels is not adequately facilitating this for all students. There are dyslexic students and others who are spending more time being read to than reading themselves, is my concern. And so I think in a discussion, we need to really think about how still to help the children who are in the higher grade levels, who are not reading on grade level, who have not developed the literacy that they need. It's not just about K through 2 that we still need to be thinking about. I also just wanted to respond to Mr. Nelson's comment, where I would say a well-performing school does not ensure that all students learn to read. Every student that struggles deserves enough intervention to result in literacy. So we cannot forget some of the students. And I know that Dr. Nguyen said that all students get RTI in some way, but students who need more intervention are not getting it. The early literacy team at some schools puts a lot of time into students, and the students at schools that are not included in the early literacy program are not getting what they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Next, we'll have Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you for the presentations. I'm really excited that, we're gonna start working on writing this year, as I've seen the struggle with my own kid, and I've seen other kids, other friends' kids struggle with writing as well. So I'm looking forward to that. I just wanna ask I just wanted to know, with the instructional coach spending 40% on, you know, uh, being reading interventional, how is that affecting the current 6 staff that are doing, the early literacy coach that are helping the school, the current 6 staff, I believe. I just wanted to understand if their roles is gonna change next year or is it gonna stay as it. And I agree with Lillian. I think just because the kids go to a high performance school, they don't deserve the help. I think all students deserve the help and the intervention needed to help them success. Also, wanted to ask if our district also would consider looking at the letters training, because I know Fremont School do that for their staff, and I've heard many wonderful things about it. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. See no other speakers, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Any of the trustees have comments? Trustee Conley?
Just very briefly, thank you for the work. Thank you for the update. I'd also like to share appreciation for all of the teachers who have taken on a new curriculum this year. It is no small thing to rethink how you are teaching literacy. And I've heard from some teachers it's a pretty structured approach, and that can be different to implement. And so we appreciate all of the work that's going on. And I'm looking forward to our iReady update and more information about how our students have been performing with the new curriculum as well later this year.
Trustee Reed?
I also wanted to thank you for the presentation and also the structure of how this is rolling out. Very often, professional development for teachers focuses on the what and not the why. And it's hard to get teacher buy-in, staff buy-in when that why isn't given. And so the amount of time being spent on the why, I'm sure, is contributing to how successful the what is going on. Also, the whole child approach and understanding that no matter what curriculum you're providing, if those basic needs for those students aren't being met, they're not going to receive it. If they're not here, they're not going to benefit from it. So looking at the whole picture of how are we going to get these kids to school? What are our absenteeism rates? All of it as the bigger picture of how do we continue to serve our students all their needs and not just their literacy needs, I think is a really admirable approach to it. Something interesting with the absenteeism that I had asked staff for was how many in our absenteeism rate, how many of those are actually students that were on vacation that didn't do independent study? And so then because of the amount of days they were on vacation, were part of the absenteeism number. And it was actually a substantial number. It was, I think, over 11%. So I think that that's also something to consider when we look at these numbers is what everything means in them. And so I think moving forward, having the picture, the bigger picture of what the numbers actually mean and what the percentages are is important.
Any further comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, item 9B was withdrawn. We'll move on to item 9C, staff housing update.
I would like to welcome Peter Ingram, who's working with us on the housing project. As you recall, we've brought in his expertise to help steer the project as we move forward, bring in the necessary experts to inform the board and ensure that we're making the very best decisions possible regarding that project moving forward. So Peter, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Lambert and trustees. I'm glad to be back, and thank you, Superintendent Bear. Tonight, I'm going to just briefly share an update of what's going on currently and what's ahead of you as a board. I would like to especially emphasize that we're intending to provide at least 2 study sessions in the near future where you as a board with your community can do a deeper dive on the myriad of details involved in this. So tonight is sort of a quick scan of what's going on, an opportunity for you to give feedback to us about what would be helpful when you get to those study sessions. And at the end, we'll talk a little bit about the notion of defining your success criteria for the project coming out as something that you would consider a success. So with that, I think I'll just get going and happy to respond to questions along the way. So currently, there's a lot going on, and all of you know that. So following up from previous board meetings, we picked up key things such as let's make sure there's a lot more detail available to the board and the public about so what is going on with renters right now as the building starts to lease up in the vernacular. And so you'll see some information on that tonight and more in depth in the next week or two. There was a lot of interest around another survey of your staff to try to gauge interest and demand. Your award-winning public information officer will have another award after she shows you what she's done, and it's informative. we're just trying to analyze like what's this saying to us as a team and how do we get that to you so you can add your perspective. Clearly, rental rates are a big issue with that needs to be solved. And I think we all understand what the conundrum is about rent rates, the constraints that are on the building, and all those other variables. So we are doing deep dive on analysis on that. Um, in terms of real time and real places like your housing location, today your property manager moved from this office to permanently on site, so she's available more of the time and is just there and visible. They are really busy this week and last week. There is still a lot of construction going on behind your building. It's affecting people's ingress and egress. It's a lot of noise, but they're moving through it pretty quickly and they're in the landscaping now, which will make it look really nice. Their challenge as property managers is getting all the accounts moved from the developer who built your complex transferred to mostly the district or them as your property manager so that they can get services. And um, on a good day, PG&E can be, um, well, fill in the blank. So we're working very hard to try to make sure that we are going as fast as we possibly can to get those things transferred over and taken care of. It's not easy, but they're working hard on it. I have sort of begun to talk with your staff about what can I do on the day-to-day basis to ease the burden on the staff here so that you can do what you do and just pick up those loose bits and the details so that we have somebody that's attached to this building that's really helping them get things done. So we are up to our eyebrows in that as we speak. Um, a key piece of all of this is really a lot of in-depth financial analysis, both for the questions like, should you purchase the land or not? But also to get back to the rental rates and your ability as a board to determine the best rate that's going to get the best results for your building. So we've got a variety of things going on that have really just started and will come to fruition pretty quickly in the next 2 to 3 weeks, including, and you've all heard the word pro forma, the sort of long-term forecast analysis of finances, both money coming into the building, but money going out for expenses and the rents and all that. So that is moving quickly, and we're getting a lot of good help out there in the professional sphere. There's a lot of goodwill directed at your staff and as at you as a district, people just in the world saying, I know about that, I can help you. And your interim superintendent seems to have a Pied Piper effect about it. It's like, I need some help here. Let's just get some help. So that's really great because you want to be able to build on all those bits of expertise and experience so that you can really hone that master understanding of the analysis to your job, to your project. And then finally, one of the things that I have a high interest in is helping this organization move toward a more permanent governance and oversight entity for the building so that there's a reasonable separation between your primary uh, uh, goals and the work you do and operating a residential facility. So I spent some time yesterday up at the Jefferson Union High School District touring now they're in their third year. They opened 3 years ago. So I've just captured a whole lot of really beneficial lessons learned, what's worked, what doesn't, recommendations on, well, we did it this way, but you might think about it this way. So we're going through all of that to try to figure out again, what's it saying to us and what can we bring forward. The thing that strikes me about their model is 3 years in, the project's even more successful than they wanted it to be. They have a waiting list. They don't even survey their employees anymore because there's just demand. Um, the building feels to me like it's just hums like a well-oiled machine, and people are smiling, and there's lots of families. So it really gave me a reminder that this is a good thing that you're doing. It's really hard. And the trustee that was with us said, oh, yeah, if if you're in lease up, you're in the hardest part of the entire thing. It is really, really hard, and you just got to get through it and come out the other side and get things stabilized so you can move on to the things that you really need to be doing. So we'll be able to share that intelligence and those takeaways with you in the next weeks or two as we gather again. I want to go to the next slide. So here's a snapshot that your staff put together just this last week on where things stand. So you can see that as of now, out of 34 employees that are either currently living in the building or soon will become residents, you've got 6 that are in the counselor behavior tech realm. You've got 5 instructional aides. You've got 11 teachers. You've got 3 clerks, technicians. School support staff is 5, and 2 each for food service, bus driver, and grounds and custodial. So that is the profile of your current community. Um, and it's interesting to note that almost all sectors of your professions are represented somehow in that mix. That was another comment that we heard loud and clear yesterday from Jefferson Union High is part of the success is that you have a genuine mix of all of the employees across the spectrum, and that's the community, just like their community every day in schools. So I think in terms of a trend this early, that's pretty nice. Go to the next slide. It's the same information, it's just shown differently. So it's a perfect 50-50 on teachers and other staff. Yeah. Okay. So I want to spend just a few minutes on what I'm calling the roadmap, and this is a living document. It will continue to change, but it's important that we sort of identify what are the things that are moving, hopefully in parallel and in sync, so that you all can consider options and make good decisions. So we've divided into 4 categories. Outreach and communications is terribly important, and it's ongoing, and it seems to be working well. There seems to be an audience out there that's paying attention and really appreciates what your staff and your public information is doing. I think my sense is that even though there's frustration with some of your staff about qualifications, and maybe some of the tenants are like, there's still construction going on. Can we just be done with this? Despite that, I think people feel like they have access and that they will be heard. I haven't seen or heard anything that told me that the basic communication structure isn't functioning. And we're just going to try really hard to listen to what's going on and pay attention and address needs. The second category is the land purchase question. So we've broken that into sort of 3 components. The big question is, should you purchase or continue to lease? And so we really start that like this week, because there's a dashed line right at the end of that word purchase, because we're 2/3 through March already. So that is going to be of key concern in the next 45 days to make sure you get to that decision point, have all the things you need to make a decision so that other things can happen that are dependent on that. But supporting that and ongoing is, determining the best financing options. And that has several steps along the way. And then there's choice points that the board will come to about, okay, if we're going to purchase, we need to execute the option, and there's a deadline for that. If we're not going to, there's other actions the board will have to consider and make. So that is just kind of a simplified piece about that. Occupancy strategy, we have now, the deadline passed last Friday, correct? For people to respond to your survey? Yeah. So we're doing the analysis, and Shelley is putting all that together to see how it affects where we think we need to go. We're also, as I mentioned before, we're looking hard at the rent rates and the income model for the building. A question that follows that ties to all of these things is you have a provision in your strategy that is called the waterfall. And so we're trying hard to think about if you're going to trigger that, when should you, and what would the variables be that you need to consider to do that? Um, and all of that leads to the stabilization and a plan, like how are we going to stabilize the building, the community, and the activity so that it becomes self-sustaining. And then long term, again, I mentioned this earlier, we're surveying other districts. Jefferson Union High School District is in this region is certainly one of the earliest and has the most, um, they have the most accessible information to other districts. They really like sharing their story and the details, which is great because we can benefit from that. There's several other districts up and down the state that are at various points along the path. And so we want to make sure we harvest as best we can whatever we can learn and bring to you. Um, if that all begins to make sense to the board, then we're going to come back to you in April and start having you discuss and consider forming a separate entity. Jefferson uses the 5031C Housing Corporation. A lot of other districts are using that as the mechanism to set up an entity that you appoint and that then has oversight responsibility for the building. So we will bring a lot of information about that. That needs some lead time because you got to go through the whole formation of a nonprofit, but we want to get that ball rolling. Want to go to the next slide. So next steps. So in March and April, the team has determined that these dates that show up here are doable, and there's some choices the board can make about timing. But it's really important to us that we give you the opportunity to take those study session opportunities to really get further into the details and the discussion. So we've tried to program 2 of those into the first 6 weeks ahead of us. Your regular board meetings are shown there. And then wrapping that up, it's the next study session toward the end of this month. We've identified tentative goals for what that study session should produce. So it gives, from our perspective, it gives you the opportunity for that in-depth discussion and to really focus. A lot of Q&A that you'll have and your community will have, and of course, public comment. We're hoping that if it works well, we'll be able to get your collective recommendations on refining and focusing the work plan that follows so that you feel like you've got sort of overarching control of all those moving parts and you know what to expect as it comes back to you. And then finally, I mentioned this earlier, just fleshing out criteria that you would consider important that allows you to vet, say it's the financing plan or the options that and how to get to stabilization, that those have your, as an educator and as a policymaker, that they have your lens on that's how I want to make the decision. That's the context in which I want to consider an option or a decision. So we'll ask you to help us form those and give us your direction. I think that might be all the slides. Yes. So I'll simply take it back to the president and respond to questions as needed.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the trustees have any questions? Trustee Henry?
Just one quick question. I know you will ultimately give us more information about the potential 501c3 nonprofit housing corporation, but just to clarify, in that scenario, that would relate to the operations and the property itself would still remain in the name of the district.
Yes, correct. Most other districts who've either set that up or are in the process, the ownership stays with the district, and you basically empower them to make operational decisions on your behalf and to give a venue for problem solving and complaints and all the other things that go with running a residential complex. Yeah, so it would be your asset.
And thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? I don't see any. Any members of the public? Oh, thank you very much. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see anyone in person. I have right now 2 people online. Okay, we have two speakers online. First, we'll take Mr. Granathan.
Thank you, President Lambert. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. I want to point out what I think is really quite misleading information. So on this, there's slide that shows the number of teachers versus staff. First of all, the staff is broken out into very granular categories, making the teachers bar look proportionally relatively much bigger than the other bars, which I think is intentional. But if you count up the numbers, you'll see there are 11 teachers and 23 non-teachers in that. And then you go to the next slide and you see what looks to be a 50-50 split. Well, 23 to 11 is not a 50-50 split, but they've done some manipulation there because the next slide is titled or is labeled as certificated versus classified. So they changed the categories to make it appear as if it's a 50-50 teacher split. When the question people have been asking for months is how many teachers are there? What proportion are the teachers? But they play this sleight of hand game with certificated versus classified to once again try to manipulate and mislead the public. So it's really disappointing how the information continues to be opaque and misleading and manipulated. And you don't answer the questions directly that the public is answering. I wish this would stop.
Thank you, Mr. Granathan. Interim Superintendent Bear, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, just in response to that comment, I would point out that we were very transparent in the variety of categories that we presented to the board tonight. Those are the questions we asked in the survey. We thought it was important to understand how many teachers there were, as well as how many employees in other categories as well. The reason the 50-50 split is there is because teachers, and I think the other category was counselors, are both certificated positions, and they both require a credential to be hired into those positions. The rest of the positions are what are called classified positions, and they fulfill a variety of very important roles within the school district.
Okay, thank you. Next online speaker will be Ms. Liu.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I just wanted to know, the data shows teachers and staff. What are like of the whole building of 143 units? Can you tell me how many how many of those are currently occupied by Mount View Wishman, and how many are occupied by the city? Just want to understand the breakdown, and then also how many of the median income building are still available, and how many of those are already occupied? Because I know like the low income, like the highly desirable one, there are very limited number of those. So just trying to get that understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Liu. I'll ask the staff to get back to you after the meeting tomorrow. Okay, there are no more speakers. Do we have any comments from the board? Don't sit. Trustee Conley?
Well, I'd like to echo, I'm interested in setting up that 501c3, and the sooner we can get on that, since it does take a long runway, is great. And I agree, the presentation was very helpful. I think the discussion and decision roadmap is probably the clearest document we've been able to provide to our community about all of these different factors that are going into the next few months. And I'm looking forward to getting to that stabilization position.
Any additional comments from the board? Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just confirm with the board then that we are going to have a study session next Thursday, a week from today, on the 27th?
Okay, thank you. Next item on our on the agenda is an action item, potential options to fund purchase of land and action steps in the interim. Dr. Westover will present.
This is coming back to you again from our discussion item that we had last board meeting. I'll skip through the first couple of slides since we review them frequently. So as a reminder, we have multiple options and or combinations of options that the board can utilize if it chooses to purchase the land underneath staff housing. The district staff will work with the board in negotiation of the purchase price in conjunction with experts. And if the board chooses to purchase the land, the board will need to decide how it wants to fund that purchase. So this is part of the first step of that. No single option needs to be chosen, which I touched on earlier, and we'll continue to negotiate the price. What's being presented in front of you today will need to be used in conjunction with something else. So it's not enough to purchase, most likely, the full price of the land. So looking at some of our Measure T projects that we talked about last time, the board had some questions. The board requested information on projectors and what other options were out there. So we can do window tinting. So for all of the MURs where the light is a problem, it would total $113,000. Motorized window coverings is estimated at $756,000. The reason we didn't go this route was because in discussions with Greystone and talking about how often they break down because of motor failure. So it requires costly maintenance, and Greystone has installed these in other districts and shared that more than half the time they are broken in some way. And we're calling vendors in to fix the motorized shades, which is why in conjunction with our IT department, the decision was made to go towards projectors that project from behind. So these are the different options that the board had asked us to look at for the projectors. Looking just at the Measure T projects to pause, we talked about the program contingency, reducing it because we're getting near the end of our bond program, so we don't need as much of a contingency. Removing lighting. So the remaining in this lighting project, as a reminder, was for getting all of the exterior lighting on one control system. Fleet electrification, the projector upgrades, and then we have the district-wide unallocated, which was from removing the access control phase 2 projects. Then looking at potential savings, which we anticipate will have, this comes to about 1.3 million. So you'll notice everything on this list has already been completed. It takes a while for us to close a project. So that's why, for example, paving at Landals was finished this last summer, but we're still waiting to fully close it out. Then looking at other sources of funds that the board could use, we have developer fees. The staff is recommending that we use the developer fees for the roofing. This would take the place of bond funds, which are already being used for roofing, and then free up that 9 million in bond funds. Another option that's also available to the board. So we are doing roofing in 2 phases. This first summer, we're doing half the roofs. The second phase, we're doing the second half of the roofing. So there is some cash available there if the board wanted to use or borrow some of that cash. That's not shown up here. We have our unrestricted North Bayshore development, as well as the state facility funding balance the board could utilize. The state facility funding is funding that came from the state for other projects that we have done. Staff is recommending that we use this to put towards the restroom projects that are being built right now. That money we cannot submit that for reimbursement because it's not a qualified project. So that's actually an excellent use of these funds. So in totality, we're looking at about $29 million that is available for the purchase of the land if the board chooses to pause on the Measure T projects and then temporarily set aside these other funds until the board makes a final decision on what it would like to do. So today, staff is requesting that the board take action on pausing the Measure T funds for a potential purchase, and then also earmarking those other funds for a potential purchase. So up next is, I guess, any questions?
Thank you very much. Do any of the members of the board have questions? I see 2. Trustee Henry?
Just to clarify, this would put these things on pause. There would be another decision point in the future, both where we're having another chance to decide whether to move forward with individual things as we're making the decision about how to purchase. So we're not committing these funds right now to a purchase.
No. I think this is just one step in the process. You still have multiple different steps to go. I think part of the goal in setting this up this way is that the board gets the opportunity to discuss something, think about it, make a potential decision. And as outlined in the previous presentation, all along the way, the board is getting information on so they can make decisions as they go.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Conley?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the update. And I'm a little hesitant regarding tinting the windows in the MURs. Has there been feedback sought from the site level about that? Because it would make them dark or permanently, and that they're one of the most beautiful features of those buildings, the way the windows were put in high up to bring in natural light.
We have not talked to sites about it.
Okay.
I don't think the recommendation was to go with tinting. It
Okay.
was to point out how much it was and also highlight with that sub bullet that it would make the
Would make it permanent.
yours
Okay.
dark permanently.
I was just worried if we were making decisions about that tonight, that was not a direction that I wanted to go on.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Westover. We'll take public comment now. Any members of the public wish to speak? I see no one in person. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak? See one hand raised. Is there anyone else? Okay, Mr. Granathan, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, President Lambert. I wanted to mention an idea that another community member pointed out. There are these new electronic films that you can apply to windows, and at the push of a button, even from a smartphone, you can activate a tint or a frost effect on that window. And that might be a good solution to retrofit the existing windows with a electronically controllable tint feature. So I would encourage the staff and trustees to look into that option. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Granathan. Okay, no one else online, therefore we'll come back to the board for comments. And just to keep in mind, I think what Dr. Westover is asking us to do is to make approximately $29,130,883 available for possible purchase. It's just making available this money, and we're not making any other decisions tonight.
That's correct.
Correct. Any comments? Can I have a motion to approve staff's recommendation? I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by trustee Lambert and a second by trustee Henry to approve staff's recommendation for possible, set aside money for a possible purchase. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Westover. Next item on the agenda is a resolution. Whoops. This is a resolution number 01-032025 in support of maintaining LGBTQ students' rights and protections. Interim Superintendent Bear will present.
Yes, thought it was important to bring this resolution forward, as we have done in the past for other groups of students, to make sure that our families, our staff, and our community understand that we are all interested in supporting every student in our community. And this resolution brings that forward for this particular group.
Yeah, this is a lengthy resolution. I propose just reading the first whereas clause and the last whereas clause. This is resolution number 01-032025, affirming commitment to LGBTQ plus student rights, protections, and inclusivity. Whereas every student has the right to safe, inclusive, and affirming educational environment, free from discrimination, harassment, and marginalization, as protected under the United States Constitution, the California Constitution, and the California Education Code, and thanks. I'll just read the last one.
I mean, it's only 7:20. I'd prefer to read the whole resolution.
I'm going to go on with this. We have a closed session to return to as well. Whereas the Mountain View Wistman School remains Now therefore be it resolved that the Mountain View Westminster School District Board of Trustees hereby reaffirm their commitment to supporting LGBTQ plus students, families, and allies by ensuring protections, equitable opportunities, and affirming practices that create inclusive school environments. Be it finally resolved that Mountain View Westminster School District remains a steadfast advocate for equity, justice, and the right of the individuals to thrive as their most authentic selves, rejecting any efforts to erase or undermine the existence of LGBTQ plus identities. I should mention, does any member of the public wish to speak on this item? I don't see anyone, so. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Yeah, I'd like to comment first. So I think it's really important that our school board is doing this openly and publicly. And I know other school boards across the county are doing so. Our County Office of Education has taken a similar resolution up. And the Human Rights Commission for Santa Clara County, which I sit on, at our last meeting also recommended that the County Board of Supervisors adopt a similar resolution. And part of it comes from, this is a community that is experiencing a lot of fear and challenges right now. We recently saw a student in our county who committed suicide who is non-binary. And I think it's important that the public be aware of that. I don't know the causation in that situation, but it is a very challenging time. And I think we need to be very clear in our commitment to everyone in our community, but especially those who are gender non-conforming, who are being targeted explicitly. So thank you for bringing this tonight, and I make a motion to pass the resolution number 01-032025 as presented.
Second.
Yeah, but the motion by Trustee Conley and a second by Trustee Reed to approve resolution number 01-032025, affirming commitment to LGBTQ plus student rights, protections, and inclusivity. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Move on to item 9F. This is also an action item, the 2024-2025 second interim budget report.
Good evening, trustees. Again. I have Nadia Pongo this evening to also present with me. I want to call to attention that attached to this board agenda item is the SACS files, and then for ease of access. So it used to be that we would upload several different documents. We'd have a summary document, the SACS documents. We put them all into one because what we are noticing sometimes is members of the public were selecting one and not looking at both. So the SACS documents include the entire budget for the school district. There's also a summary at the beginning. So if the public didn't want to flip through the SACS documents, there is a summary at the beginning that the public can look at. We also have, Nadia has also added a summary table at the end of the presentation, which we'll probably not jump into because the purpose of the presentation is really to provide the highlights of the changes. But if there are questions, you can look at that summary table at the end or look at the summary table that's included in the documents that are attached. So this evening, we'll be going through the second interim budget report. Of course, this always connects back to our strategic plan. We also have a board resolution that requests that we stay between 17 and 20% in the third year out of the multi-year projection, that we can have deficit spending in any of those years as long as we stay within that 17 to 20% in the third year. So our second interim report, we look at where we are. So here we are in March. So we're always on this budget cycle of where we're at. So we're starting to listen to what the governor is going to propose for this next year. And then very shortly, we are starting to develop the budget for the next school year. Right now, this is our second interim, which reflects activities from July 1 through January 31st and is adopted by March 17th. We anticipate changes from when we adopt our budget to now. It's not a static budget, which is why we have these interim reports. Moving on to the general fund, we have unrestricted revenues. restricted revenues and reserves. Unrestricted revenues are really kind of how we operate the district. Our restricted revenues are non-discretionary revenue that are tied to a specific expenditure. Examples include special education, Title I, II, III, and ACES or our BTB program. And then our reserves are the unrestricted ending balance that we can use for economic uncertainty. And I'll pass it off to Nadia.
Good evening, trustees. I'll go over the major or like the highlights of the changes from first interim to second interim. We adjusted the assess value growth from 6% to 7%, which is around $694,000. We also received the shoreline additional funds, about $765,000. We received the one-time inflation credit from the IRS. Dr. Westover worked on this one, and that was a $713,000 increase. Medical billing, we are in the typically we are a couple of years behind with revenue, so we recognize the additional revenue for medical billing, $144,000. And the expenditure side, we did the one-time appreciation bonus. Thank you. It was the estimated cost with salary, the gross amount plus benefits is $713,000. This was the $1,000 appreciation bonus per FTE. We also adjusted our vacancies or position control to reflect our vacancy costs from now until the end of the year. Child nutrition revised their meal count, which is projecting a higher revenue. So as a result, it's a savings to the general fund. It's about $225,000. So here is the general fund by program, restricted and unrestricted. Combined, we are projecting a net decrease of 3.5 million and projecting an ending fund balance of 52.6 million with a reserve level of 37.36%. And here is the multi-year projection. I just went over year one, and we refer year two, year three for the years 25, 26, and 26, 27. In the revenue section, and we are projecting the assessed value for the revenue in year two at 4%, in year three at 2%. We're also reflecting the expiration of the Google lease in year two, as it will expire in February. So in year three, that lease revenue is completely removed. And the expenditure side, it almost looks like the growth of the expenditure is almost flat for year two, but in the current year, we had our textbook adoption for English language. So once we remove that, the year two looks almost flat or not as a big impact. In year three, we do have a textbook adoption for math, and it's about 3 million or 2.8 million. We also included in this multi-year projection the salary increases per negotiation agreements, which is 5% in year two and 4% in year three. In year two, we are projecting a 3.1 net decrease and a 13.1 net decrease on year three. Again, that is the combination of projection of more conservative revenues in year three, as well as the expenditures. In year two, we are projecting a 36.19 reserve level. In year three, at 25.66% reserve level. Here I go in a little bit in more detail of those informations for the assumptions that I mentioned for year two and year three. Also wanted to share with you about the preschool contribution in year two is 691,000. In year three, about 835,000 contribution to the preschool program. And also we are counting the stepping column in year two, 4.3 million, and year three, 3.2 million. And part of the key assumptions, we use the School Services of California. We use all the projections we can, including the STIRS and PERS rates. For STIRS, the 19.10% remains flat as of now. PERS around 27.4% and 27.5% in year 3. And to get an idea of how much this cost is 8.2 for STIRS and 4.7 million for the current year for STIRS and PERS. We also use the average increase in the years out for medical benefits for about 5%. And in the last presentation, first interim, we realized the community wanted to hear more about the federal and state impact in our budget. So we wanted to include that information in this presentation. So combined federal and state is about 7% of our budget, so 1.1 million. Just for the federal funding for child nutrition or Fund 130 is 1.2 million. So in total, the federal funding is 2.4 million. In the years out, around that same amount, 0.1. For the state funding, for preschool is 2 million, and for child nutrition, about 2.8 million. So for state funding, it's a little bit more, about 5.6 million in the years out as well. As a community funded district, it's not as impactful, but we will continue to monitor these changes as we continue to know more. It is recommended for basic ed districts to, as Mountain View Wisman School District, to carry higher reserve levels so that we are able to adjust or absorb expenditures in the case that the economy takes a slowdown. And in this case, in the case that federal funding was to decrease or state funding or reserves are able to absorb those expenditures. We also wanted to take the opportunity to share with you a screenshot of other funds, such as preschool, food services, or post-employment benefits, capital projects, developer fees, and our special reserve for capital projects. As we get towards the year end, in some things we may see variances between now and closing the books. We probably continue to adjust our position control. If there's any vacancies, we ended up not hiring for, so that would be savings for the general fund. We may adjust the assess value. It may come in a little bit higher than what we're currently projecting at 7%. We will be meeting with departments shortly, and we will encourage them to evaluate any purchase orders that are out there, and if we may realize some savings in there as well. And then for budget adoption, we're assuming that most likely we'll have adjustments for federal and state funding. And as Dr. Westover mentioned, before we go into questions or discussions, we did include a table with changes from first interim to second interim in a table and itemized it. I'm not going to go over it in detail, but if you're interested or if the community is interested, they can refer back to the last page of this presentation.
Any questions or?
So do any of the trustees have questions? Say, Trustee Conley?
Yeah, something that's different than some of the earlier years when I've been on the board is we have a 3-year contract agreement with our union partners. So we already have spec'd out, matching these 3 years, what the salary increases will be based on those contracts. 25.6% is quite high for our reserve level. We usually shoot for between 17 to 20%. I'm curious about your opinion on that reserve level, given there's so much uncertainty about state and federal funding right now.
Yes, we are hearing that the COLA for next year, that board came in a little higher than 2%. Most likely it's not going to happen. Most likely it's going to be 2%. We typically don't project for COLA in the years out, just because even if we have COLA, we may just end up reduce enrollment for qualified students or on any students that may earn that those dollars. So if we, in the case that were to have to fully fund food services or Fund 13 child nutrition program, those reserves will be useful to support those programs and have lesser impact on our students.
Thank you.
Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, I think this is kind of similar to Trustee Conley's question, right? Reviewing this, right? Like seeing the kind of year 3 cliff for our kind of change in reserves. Like, should we be making any sort of strategic decisions now to avoid, or is this an okay level for us going forward for reserve? I think maybe later for the board we can discuss, but
Yeah, I think for now it's okay, especially because of our higher reserve levels. This would not be a moment to panic to say, let's change everything right now. I think the reason we have these higher level reserves is to make sure that we can weather the storm. I think no matter what situation we're in, there's always some type of uncertainty, and we always try to be conservative, which is why when Nadia was talking through the assumptions, why we project our AV growth as low, as pretty low. When I say low, I mean conservative, meaning that we know that we're going to hit that. So I think we should continue to monitor. Where we should start to worry is when we see in year 1 and year 2, things are not looking the way they are right now. I think the district is in a good position, especially as we're monitoring what's happening at the federal level, that even if something were to happen at the federal level, we are not in the same position as other districts where we would need to say, okay, by the end of this year, we need to make some major changes. We're going to have a longer runway. So no matter what happens at the federal level, we are going to have the time to respond, which I think is probably one of the most important things when it comes to running a school district. What's difficult is when you have programs grow and then you shrink them, grow and then you shrink them, because then there's no longevity built in. So in this way, the stability that we're able to provide is important because we don't have to have that kind of yo-yo effect.
Yeah. Does the 3-year projection here include the monies we received from the shoreline community?
Yes, we are currently projecting the base amount. We're currently projecting just the base amount for shoreline, not the bonus.
In these 3 years conclude then the current agreement, 3-year agreement?
That's correct.
After the next year, then there's significant changes, possibly. Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Trustee Conley?
Something I've been thinking about a lot is our special education funding. I know we end up funding the majority of our special education needs. The federal level funds something like 13 to 15%, even though they should be funding the 40% that they committed to. But it's a rising cost for districts all over our state, especially with litigation. I'm curious, and this might not be a question that you can answer tonight. I wish I had sent it in my questions ahead of time. What percentage of our budget ends up getting dedicated to special education costs? Because I think that's where we may see the most impact.
We can find that out really quickly for you and get back to you.
Oh,
I don't know, unless Nadia hasn't memorized.
I have memorized the millions, but not the percentage. It's about 15 million.
It's about 15 million.
Contribution from
Okay,
the general fund.
perfect. Thank you. I apologize for not writing it in ahead of time.
Sort of a question. I noticed too that as you mentioned that the monies were received from the Google lease end in February 2026. Yet substantial amount of money. We're still in pretty good shape in terms of our overall budget.
Yes.
Yeah, it's something to note. So.
I think what has made a major difference is the passage of the parcel tax. If the parcel tax had not passed, the district would be in a very, very different position.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Any further questions from the board? Any members of the public wish to speak? I do not see anyone present. We have three. We see three raised hands online. Start with Mr. Nelson.
I guess I'm unmuted. There's a couple of points I wanted to make. One, I did send in some questions beforehand. I don't know if they got to our chief business officer. I actually made a mistake because we used to be state funded rather than community funded. So I always get mixed up about what the minimum reserves are. And it's odd that there actually is no statutory requirement because we're community funded, but FCMAT suggests that we have a 15% requirement. I would suggest to the board again that they ask that that 15% reserve be moved over into the fund that's called reserve fund. And that it be, so it could be clear what that money is, and all the money left in the general fund is essentially added to that reserve, but it's more slush fund reserve rather than, or even you could move the 17%, which is what this board has picked as their minimum. If you say we're not going to spend the money, one of the questions is we have $50 million in reserves that are sitting there. And there's always this thing, well, on the other side, if we're not spending bond money, inflation is going to eat this up. Of the $50 million, the question that I did send in was, how much are we getting from, what percent rate are we getting from the county treasury, which is where that money is stored as cash. And depending on how they want to invest it, hopefully it's not another Lehman Brothers investment. We get a certain percent per year out of that. And I wonder what percent we're getting for running such a big reserve at $50 million for this year and next year expected also. Other than that, I think this is a fairly well explained budget update.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next speaker is Cuernavaca.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay. Hi, this is actually Lilyandra. So I have some comment as well as a question. So this is specifically on about the revenue from Google's leases, specifically page 12 of the presentation. So it says here, it says on that page that revenue dropping between year 2 and year 3 due to the loss of Google Slater and Therakov leases. Now, I happen to have submitted a CPRA back in October 24, and in those 306 pages that I got back, I could conclude these 2 points. What I understood was that the Therakov site, which is the same as St. Louis Avenue, it was terminated early by Google, effective September 30th, 2024, but with the following agreements. Google is to pay about $740,000 for early termination, and Google is to pay any DSA compliant improvements estimated around $1,134,000. Okay, but the Slater side that is worth around $2.2 million a year, as far as I understood it, was not terminated early. Google in the pages that I received from the CPRA, Google will keep paying rent until 2028 while having the option to sublease it until then. And with this, the district will waive Google's liability to make building improvements. Google is responsible to find interested parties to sublease with the district's approval. So, I mean, I have the pages in front of me. I would like to get confirmation from the district whether this statement on page 12 is true or not, given what I know from the CPRA. Thank you.
Dr. Westover, can you respond to that?
Happy to. In the board has also been briefed on this. In terms of what you were able to see in the CPRA, I think it's important to read the CPRAs in order, in which the date order. So there was one point in which Google was discussing with the district in paying or keeping their lease until 2028. At the time, the district had a great intent, a desire to have stable lease income. And that was part of the discussions of what Google would be able to do. Google also had a nice newspaper article where it said that they would honor their lease until 2028. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll give you a few moments.
Just pointing out that as a Google employee, Mr. DeFazio, Trustee DeFazio is stepping out of the room.
And then what happened shortly after is they sent official termination notices to the district. So the official termination notices is what the district has to go off of when they were noticed that they would be canceling their lease per the terms of the lease, which means they needed to give us a 2-year runway. So they did officially cancel, and that's what we have last from Google. We have been in contact trying for both properties. They are required to bring them back to DSA standard, which is quite a
Keep it brief, please.
So sorry. We are still working on those pieces because Google does need to bring them up to DSA standard.
Thank you. The reason I'm asking to keep it brief is we're not technically supposed to respond to public questions. I was hoping you'd just do a brief answer. Thank you very much. And if you have further questions, please contact Cuernavaca. If you have further questions, please contact Interim Superintendent Bear, and he will be glad to fill you in. Next speaker is Mr. Granathan. Mr. Granathan? Mr. Granathan, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I was not getting the permission to unmute myself. Okay, so my comment here is mainly just I want to express my understanding. So from what I've read, the California School Board Association recommends a reserve level of at least 3%. And I think there's a statewide cap on the reserve because the state does not want school districts hoarding money, hoarding cash. I believe the cap is around 10%. I'm not sure why that doesn't apply to our district, but it seems like we are way above any of the recommended levels or caps set by the different agencies in the state. So I'd really like to understand why it seems like we have this habit of hoarding money. And I understand it's good to plan conservatively, but you can also take that too far, to an extreme. And when we do that, we keep asking the taxpayers for money that the school district doesn't need and just ends up sitting in reserve. And that is hard on the taxpayers. So I think feels to me like we err on the side of hoarding. And I would like to see that stop. I would also like to ask the district whether we have a strict accounting of what funds go towards the housing project versus what funds are used for educational purposes. For instance, when we hire things like attorneys and they put a substantial number of hours on the housing project, do we account for that under the housing project expenses? Because if we don't, and we treat them like general educational expenses, then we have a really distorted picture of what the housing project is costing us. So if we are not keeping rigorous track of the expenses that go towards the housing project, I would like to ask the district that we do start doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granathan. Bring it back to the board for comments. Any member of the board have any comments? I do not see any. So, oops.
Can I make a motion that we accept the second interim budget report for 24-25 school year as presented?
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Conley and a second by Trustee DeFazio that the board approve the second interim budget report. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next item is item G. This is a discussion item on a first reading, board bylaws and board policies update. Interim Superintendent.
So I'll quickly hand off. The Board Bylaw Committee met last week before last. I don't remember the date now. Recently, to look at updates, recommended updates from the California School Board Association, and Trustee DeFazio and Trustee Henry are on that committee, and they're ready to bring forth the recommendations. This is a first read for these policies. They will come back again for approval. So discussion at this point.
Yeah. So this was March 5th, the date of our committee meeting. And yeah, we took a handful of policies from the latest update and a couple new ones. The ones we did bring forth, I think we did not take action on visitors, outsiders, controversial issues, and independent study. I think we had some request for further kind of analysis of some of those. But yeah, the handful of ones that we had, many of these are generally technical updates. I think I believe we attached the supplementary kind of guidance for what the changes were. Or no, those are, I think, are attached to our meeting committee minutes. Yeah, I think any other further points, any other discussion? I think this is our first output product of the committee, but I think hopefully we'll get into a regular cadence and have interesting updates.
Is there anything that the committee made substantial changes to on its own initiative as opposed to following CSBA guidance?
Most of the ones that we brought forth, so at my notes here, I don't think we made substantial changes to the ones we brought forth. They're primarily, I think, new law, some Department of Education guidance, new law, and updating for the ethics training that we're required on now. So those were my basic notes. Trustee Henry, any?
And then not that we didn't make any significant changes to the sample, but one that is new is a policy on volunteer assistance to go along with the policies that staff has been talking about the past few meetings.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we call out for the public very explicitly. Most of this is recommended from CSBA and in line with.
A couple of things we did come across, I think, as we were going through them, which I think is a useful part of having this as a dedicated committee here, was places where we either had related policies that were either need to be updated or we wanted to look over as a committee, or similarly places where we would have specific in our existing policies specific, I think, shall language that we may need to pay more attention to as a board and kind of work through there. So I think one thing that's useful to call out is in the board training section, like there are some specific things about board development and things like that, which I think you all probably read, but things that like I think we as a board should take up more. So we'll bring that forward.
Thank you.
I must say, just the committee did discuss the idea that, and I think you touched on it, Trustee Conley, that if they were updates made at the recommendation of CSBA, either by legal updates or case law or something like that, they would just they would simply appear as is. If there are substantial changes, as you described, or something unusual, those would be called out specifically and spoken to each time these sets of policies come forth.
Any further questions? Any member of the public wish to speak in this item? See no one in person. One person online at the moment. Anyone else online wish to speak? Hey, Mr. Nelson, please go ahead.
Thank you. By the way, at the top where it says Nelson Astor, that's actually Stephen Nelson, former trustee. Yeah, Have you started the timer? Am I live?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, okay, good. Yeah, this is an example of a unitary executive style of governments, which is required by Ed Code. So remember, in this case, there's 36 instances of superintendent or designee where you put it. The problem with this is the CSBA is giving every single instant, their generic wording in every single instance gives all power to the superintendent. So when you don't decide in our district, we want a chief business officer to be responsible for this and not have the superintendent be able to do trips like you have now, you're not doing it. The tort claim policy is one that I think needs to have 2 sentences added. It doesn't say anything about the superintendent making reports to the boards on tort claims which get filed against you. That's essentially a lawsuit unless there's small things that can easily be settled. So I'm wrote in that I'm requesting that you look about adding 2 sentences so that the staff must report to the board every month what the new claims are and whether they were checked out to have enough information to be a complete claim or not. The other one has a place where you're talking about chronic absences. And there you're giving the opportunity not to set up one of these groups that can be set up statutorily. I think the chronic absence in our district, particularly the long-going chronic absence, as I talked to several boards ago, particularly at Castro, but also Therikoff is now our second problem site, second highest problem site. I think you ought to put may, should, or must in there rather than may. Make it a mandatory that the staff set up this task force that's allowed. Those are the 2 recommendations. And there's a number of places where there are already people whose job descriptions say they are doing this job. So why the heck are you giving it to the chief? We've seen what happens when the chief, like Trump, says it's up to him to do all executive function in an organization. That's not checks and balances. That's a perfect way to set up a bad government.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Bring it back to the board for comments. Yeah, I would just like to follow up with, I think, comments that were made previously. I would prefer if even if it's non-substantive, any edits to just, edit it in a different color, right? So I think it's very clear what the steps are. But other than that, I'm really pleased you're doing this.
Yeah, I think at least in the versions of these that are presented, that are attached, they do have they show the red lines.
They show the red lines, and I guess and I'm assuming those are edits of the previous version based on the CSBA recommendation.
Yes, and I think in one of the things that we talked about in our committee meeting that will be different, at least for what's presented in the committee next time, is the executive assistant is going to put additional materials that include, right now in the committee meeting, we had the guide sheet information from CSBA was attached to that, but also we had requested that next time we have not only the red lines, but also that version of the policy that has the boxes from CSBA that have the explanations along with it.
That's great. And just to be clear, I'm not, I'm not suggesting that you just, amend our current bylaws to include the CSBA standards, but then adopt whatever, recommendations are to our school district specifically. So, yeah, and, spend some time thinking thoughtfully about it. So I'm sure you guys are doing that. So thank you.
And that's where I think we've thought it would be helpful to have that document, because that actually shows where choices were made. So we can look at
Yeah.
at our current version and also look at the choices.
So much a better process than the way it was done previously. So thank you.
I will say what the board has asked for in previous meetings, but I think before this policy committee spun up, was to have the gamut, what you're talking about, where it has the explanation from CSBA about the changes, that can just be pulled. I would prefer to have that in the packet for us as well, because I think the public wants to see it. And the standing committee is not a Brown Act committee. Well, is it an open public meeting, but it's not being recorded? You have minutes. So like I can't go and watch your discussion, community members afterward. If I went to your discussion, I'd have to sit there and be very quiet and have no facial expression whatsoever, which is a real challenge. But it's not recorded, so the public can't go back and watch. So I think that gamut version is really important. And then I'd like to offer a suggestion for an amendment to one of these. On the board training one, board development, in paragraph 4, it's talking about new trustees, and the second sentence says throughout their first term. I would love to either say throughout their tenure or to just strike that sentence altogether. I think that personally, board members should be continuing all of those activities as long as they are on the board, because there are so many changes that come through every year.
Just to clarify, since there's also the second paragraph that says all board members.
It does, but it talks about advanced training around very specific things, boardsmanship skills and knowledge to key education issues. But, you know, I've been on here long enough now to know that I still need continuous training in labor relations, community relations, program evaluation, open meeting laws. There's new information and new training and all of those things on a regular basis. So I don't think we need to carve that out to just someone's first term. That's my argument. I make a motion to, well, it's just a discussion, so it would have to come back, but I'm curious to see if other people are amenable to that change.
Any further comments?
I guess just point of order, you can make a motion at this point to make that change, right? And have it come back as an approval.
I think this was, yes, you can vote to make that change. Yeah.
It's not being approved yet.
Want to vote for it? Should we vote to make that change? You guys, the committee would like to think about it? Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back next time. Have the committee discuss it.
Does the committee meet between now and then?
Good question.
Not before. Our next meeting is April 16th. Thank you.
Yeah,
But that's not before.
I'm amenable to that change, I think. Just discussing the motion, I think.
Okay. We have a motion by trustee Conley. Do we have to amend could you please state your motion again?
Yes, it's to amend board bylaw 9240 in paragraph 4, sentence 2, throughout their tenure instead of throughout their first term.
I second the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously. That way you don't have to have another meeting. But we will bring it back for board approval by the next meeting, April 3rd. Okay. That will move on to item 9H. This is an action item, award of contract to Hula Networks for network equipment. John Aker will be presenting.
For this item, we're asking the board to consider awarding the contract for network equipment from Hula Networks. We're looking at upgrading all of our core and edge switches using our remaining Category 2 E-rate money. The E-rate has a formal process for you have to go through to purchase the E-rate. So the first part is doing a 470, which is a sort of a request for bids, request for proposal. And you have to wait 28 days before you review the bids and then select the lowest bid or the bid that scores the highest for your criteria. So the next part would be if you award the contract, we could then file the form 471, which is a request for funding. And then once that would be approved, we could order the actual equipment in July 1st. You can ask any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions? So, I think we recently approved another equipment upgrade a month or two ago. Do we have other equipment upgrades that are expected in the near future?
Are you referring to there was an item on like a December meeting?
Yeah, something like that.
It's the same, but it wasn't approved.
Okay.
Yeah. We were looking at using bond funds to buy it, and now we're not looking at using Measure T funds.
Do we have other equipment that needs to be upgraded?
So this is sort of the first part of like upgrading the whole network. So once we upgrade the switches, then it would give us faster connection for upgrading the access points.
Okay, thank you.
And then E-rate, our Category 2 money expires next year, but it's expected that they'll do another funding, Category 2 funding, that will go for another 5 years. So it goes like 5 E-rate years to upgrade the APs.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? And any member of the public wish to speak in this item? Don't see anyone in person and no one online. I'm going to bring it back to the board for comments, and I would like to make a comment. I've heard you give presentations about our infrastructure, I think over the years, even before I was on the board. But I have never heard any presentation about, I'm directing this to you, even though this is perhaps isn't your responsibility. I've never heard a presentation about how our network is being used, actually the educational value for our kids, how the teachers are using it, what number of students are using it. And at the end of the day, this is all about, making sure that we're helping the kids in our school district further their education. I would like to see a presentation of that, about that at some point, to know that the money we're using and expending on our this CBRS infrastructure is doing what we are hoping it's going to do.
This is just for our network switches. It's not CBRS.
It's not the CBS, it's your, I would like to see about that too. So this is what your internal.
It's all of the network switches in the district. So like all the computers here connect back to a switch, all the APs, all the phones, security cameras.
Okay, then I will sort of offer that I would like to see about more in detail about the CPRS and presentation in the future. Any of would like to make a motion?
Make a motion that the Board of Trustees approve the award of contract to Hula Networks for network equipment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion to approve the award of a contract to Hula Networks for network equipment from Trustee Conley and a second from Trustee Henry. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the action and discussion items. Before we go on to board updates, the board needs to return to closed session to discuss an item. And I will close the open session at 8:10. And we'll take a 5-minute break before moving to the closed session. Okay, we are reconvening open session at 9:06. No action was taken in closed session. Item 10, board updates. Do any of the trustees have board updates? Trustee DeFazio?
Yeah, so I attended in my personal capacity, the Safe Routes to School Coordinating Committee meeting earlier this week. And I believe we have an upcoming district-wide walk-in roll coming up. I think one thing I would think they need more school site point people. So I think they're collecting that. So I think we should try to reach out to folks that we have. The second one is earlier today, I was at the Santa Clara County CSBA lunch and learn about board agendas, because I think that's relevant to us. I have a couple of things that I want to, I'll probably bring up at like policy committee and stuff like that. But one thing that I think was a very, very good idea, which I think we should do, is often at the when we have our school showcases, there's always that kind of like moderately awkward moment when we take a photo and then try to usher people out because we have business to do and things like that. A lot of the school districts take a 10-minute recess there and have cookies and folks and meet people and kind of do that. I think that'd be a really good thing for us to start doing, propose that. So, okay, that's me.
Trustee Reed?
I was able to attend the CSBA Foundations of Effective Governance and also the Student Learning and Achievement session, which was pretty informative of current practices and best practices. I'm curious to see what the difference will be with, I'm registered for the board member training through the California Teachers Union. I'm interested to see how different those are going to be. A lot of the teachers that have been attending the CSBA sessions, teachers who are also board members, we have our own group that we meet regularly and we kind of discuss things from our perspective. So that should be an interesting one to attend in the future and kind of figure out where the differences are from the perspectives of what's important to train board members on.
Thank you, Trustee Conley.
Thank you. So I've been busy. On March 7th, I went to the principal's coffee at Graham and Carducci was presenting there. So I got to hear the community engagement and feedback around that. And in that same vein, I attended the Stevenson meeting with Carducci this past week, as well as Crittenden's virtual meeting. I wasn't able to make it to EMI, but those are the ones that have happened so far, and I'm trying to go to all of those meetings. On the 8th, that Saturday, I attended CSBA's legislative brunch, which was fantastic. It was hosted at the Fremont Union High School District, and they brought in state and county legislators to talk about issues pertaining to schools and education. I co-chaired it the previous 2 years, so it was very nice to be an attendee this year and not a chair. And then I also participated in CSBA's Legislative Action Week, which primarily focused on March 11th through 12th. I facilitated meetings with state legislators for trustees from across our county. And so met with Assemblymember Berman's staff, Senator Cortez's staff, a couple more, but it's hard to find everything on my calendar. And then this weekend, after our board meeting on Saturday, I will be going up to Sacramento for the California School Board Association's Board of Directors meeting and driving back.
Okay, thank you. Next item is 11, future board meeting dates. We have a special meeting on March 22nd, this Saturday, to interview superintendent candidates. And our next regular board meeting is on April 3rd.
And then we added the additional study session on the 27th, right?
That's right. We just added this evening, finalized. March 27th is the study session on the teacher housing project. And with that, we will adjourn the meeting